Can you hear me now? Hi Brian, hi Andy. Good morning, good morning. So welcome everyone in the Thursday trading. Please let me know if the sound is okay now. So indeed, we had a fantastic Wednesday. So just a green week so far. Only 2 trading days, but really nice winners. And I really hope Thursday is going to be continued like that. Hi Clifton, hi team. Thank you. Okay. So indeed, seems like that the labor market news are stressing the markets again. However, the market doesn't seem like it's very stressed about the numbers because as you can see, the NAS 100 is just higher. I mean the futures, and not only the futures, but the SPY triple Q and even the Dow Jones are pushing a bit higher because this is going to pressure the Fed for the rate cuts. So this is the situation. Traders on yesterday, the George job openings, it was weaker than expected, and now the ADP as well, the ADP non-farm employment change is just 54,000. It's almost a half of the last month's data, so much lower number as expected. Trade balance, it was quite of okay, and the unemployment claims, it was like higher than expected. So seems like that the labor market starting a little downturn here. Well, this definitely, as I've told you, it's going to increase the chances, which is already high for the rate cut for the Fed, 96% for September. So it seems like as a done deal. But the question is that, okay, that the market nowadays again is just turning every bad news to good news. But I must tell you, this is just a sign for some concerns that the labor market started to turn around. So this is definitely not the best. Hi Nitsan, hi Blake, nice to see you. Good morning, good morning. So indeed, this is happening now in the news. And even Trump just asked the court that they should not just, stop his tariffs because it's very important and so on. So Trump is definitely lobbying for his tariffs indeed. So President Donald Trump officially asked the Supreme Court take up his tariff appeal. Well, it has not happened yet, so anything can just turn around on the tariff side, but so far it's still on the table. What else in here? We had some earning stock, of course, like Figma, CRM, Salesforce, C3 AI, and so on. We are going to talk about that as well. And Fed Governor Christopher Waller told the CNBC he believes that the central bank can start cutting rates at its meeting later this month. His comments are particularly notable given Waller's status as a contender to succeed Jerome Powell as chair next year. So it seems like that every FOMC member, especially the most important one, he is going for the rate cut. As I mentioned you, this job openings, it was just one of its lowest levels since 2020. In my opinion, it's quite concerning. But what can we do? The market seems like it's just it's turning the good news to, or the bad news to good news. Well, as I've told you, I'm still not sure, so I'm going to be cautious with that day as usual. What else on the international news? UK feels the heat as investors and critics question its future. That's definitely not a good news indeed. Investors dumping bonds and definitely going for gold because the gold just hit new all-time high. As I mentioned you, S&P futures are little changed after weak ADP hiring data ahead of Friday's jobs report. Definitely, as I mentioned you, tomorrow job report is going to be the big one. Tesla in the news with the robotaxi and so on. But let's just see what has happened all around the world. In Europe, the markets closed quite green, except of the CAC 40. Asia again mixed, big on the Nikkei higher, but the Hang Seng it's lower. The rate side, US 10 years are pulling back a little bit, easing this situation around the bonds at the moment or the treasuries. And as I just told you, the S&P 500 Nasdaq futures are slightly green. Like together, the SPY is up 0.05, triple Q 0.07, not a huge move in pre-market traders. And actually the Dow Jones is just moving from green to red, red to green, so quite of a flat open so far. And on the crypto side, Bitcoin is pushing back towards to this 110K level. So I must tell you, it's a quiet start of the day, despite of the economic news. And as far as I remember, we still have some economic data going to be released. 9:45 final services PMI and 10 o'clock ISM services PMI. Later on, crude oil inventories at 12 p.m. and 12:05 p.m. FOMC member Williams, she's going to speak as well. Hi Zuri, good morning everyone. Okay, Andy, thank you very much for your list, very much appreciated. You're watching Amazon, yeah, definitely, it's just a runner. AEO, American Eagle, yeah, it's in the news. CRDO, SMR, CRM, FIG, GATLB, SNY, and Baba Google to the short side. We are just going to watch it soon. Hi DVG, nice to see you. Good morning to you. Okay guys, so let's just move to the big movers. We have some, not too many, but some, as I've told you. So let's see which ones are the big ones. Well, definitely I would say that this CRM is one of quite of a move now, 5% lower. It's in a downtrend. There are some AI concerns there, and seems like that this can be our fantastic first candidate list on the short side. So to the long side, I do not have anything yet. Short side CRM. And secondary list, we are going to watch definitely some small stocks as the small caps are quiet or running nowadays. American Eagle is here, and this is a huge mover today as it just posted the second quarter earnings of 45 cents per share on revenue of 1.28 billion. So let's see how does AEO look like, and I'm just going to get the pre-market on as well to see the whole picture. Big bump in the, or a jump to the upside. I really like the daily chart, guys. It was a nice consolidation. Now it moved just over 17. It's quite of a big pull or a gap for this lower price stock, but as you can see, there is a gap to fill too. Still on the daily, I'm not sure we are going to make it because this is not a huge mover. Like, it's not going to move like $2-3 usually in a day, but you know what, let's just put it on the long list. Let's see whether it can just move a bit more to the upside. Hi Dan, good morning to you. Okay, if you have anything on the radar, traders, please just let me know. I'm more than happy to take a look at it and include to the stock list. C3AI plunged 12% after it posted a fiscal first quarter adjusted loss that was wider than the analysts had predicted. Interesting for especially the AI sector. So not the BBAI, but I need the AI now. AI, it's plunging, looks like it's an inverted cup and handle, which just broke. Also, it is on a very low level. I'm not sure it's not going to, you know, like attract some deep buyers, but so far AI is so big that we should call it to the short side. But I'm going to be careful. 12% to the downside, huge plunge definitely for the stock. Not the similar in a similar situation, we can just find Figma. FIG, it's down 17% now as releasing quarterly results for the first time since going public. Figma broke even on the bottom line, while revenue is just missed the estimate. So that's why we see FIG, which is a quite of a newborn on the stock market. And look at that dump. Wow, this is actually lower in a new, let's call it all-time low. Now that this all-time, it's not going back for years, but as you can see, this is just pushing lower and lower. So let's see whether it's going to extend it. It lost its loss, which is already huge, actually almost 20% to the downside. With this as well, I'm going to be careful because, as you know, this was like a really big pusher, pump and dumper in the beginning of its IPO's day. So I'm going to be careful of that indeed, but this $50 level can be a quite of a support, not just because it's a run number, you know. I feel like a 20 something percent loss. It's quite a trigger for some profit taking. I'm not right. Let's see what's going to happen with FIG. Hewlett Packard is here as well, HPA, and in this case we are going to call it to the long side because the numbers were quite good. Not a huge mover, but it was a call to the long side in my opinion. Volume is okay, 5.65% higher, but not a huge mover as I've told you. Asana, nah, this is a stock which I don't like too much because it's first of all, volume it's not always the best. Now it's quite of okay. It's up 6%. This can be quite of a crazy mover, especially on the news. Like today is just on a reports higher, but as I've told you, this can be a quite of an interesting stock sometimes. So let's be careful with Asana, but definitely on my long side. Hi Zuki, nice to see you. Good morning. Okay, Peter, Judith here as well. PD down on the revenue miss and so on. So PG seems like this is going to be one of our short candidate. However, I must tell you that I am not very happy on the volume side. So because of that, I need to put it just to my PD. Sorry, I missed the D to G. But PD doesn't look better either. Only 41,000 on the pre-market, 3% lower. So actually, I'm just going to put it to the secondary list. It's not even over 50K after some news, so this is not a good sign indeed. GitLab, GTLB, more than 5% lower as the software maker issued a third quarter revenue guidance of between 238, 239, and the estimation it was 242. So it's not much, but some lower, and this is causing GTLB drop. At the moment is down like 6%. Wow, volume is quite heavy here. Okay, looks interesting, guys. This looks interesting to the short side, definitely. So GTLB is going to be on my short list. Credo Technology is here as well, CRDO. This is a big mover to the upside at the moment on the news. And also the pre-market volume is not bad either. And this is a big mover, a bit, in my opinion, stretched to the upside on the daily. But let's see whether it can push a bit more to the upside. Brinker International here as well, EAT higher. This is the parent company of Chili's and Maggiano Little Italy, popped 4% after a nice upgrade. Well done, EAT. And I'm just going to put it on my chart. Let's see how does it look like. I like the daily, nice reversal formation. What I don't like, but completely does not like, in my opinion, this volume is just not good enough for me. So I'm just going to put it to the secondary list. And I was talking about Tesla too earlier, and the reason for that, and Tesla Robotaxi announced that its app was now available to all in a post on X. The company wrote that access would be soon expanding and that potential users could download the app now to join the waitlist. So this is quite of a small good news for the Tesla. Let's see how does it look like in the pre-market. So Tesla, it is in a consolidation for a while. It's still an ascending triangle in my opinion. It's higher now to the $336 level. I don't think so it means anything. I'm going to watch it, but I'm not sure it's enough for me to call it to the long side. So let's just watch quickly my watch list here. Take a look at the watch list. Amazon, I completely agree with you that this is a big runner, Andy, so we should watch it to the long side, including Meta 2, AVGO, which is up 1%. Tesla, as I mentioned you, Roblox, it's a runner. That's crazy. I had finally a beautiful short on the Reddit yesterday, almost, but today I'm going to watch it. UPST, Pinterest, JP Morgan, green. To the red side, I see Definitely CRM, Chinese stocks again, Baba pushing lower. Google after the big move yesterday is just pushing lower again. Disney, CVX, Apple, it's pushing back too. Together with the Google, MU is into the red, Hood, Humana, PRT mRNA, XOM, Microsoft, and so on. But to the short side, I'm still going to watch AMD because so far this is the weakest, and I think that it can continue lower, and even Baba for the pullback. So we have the list ready here. I'm just going to post it to the VIP room, and I'm going to wish you a beautiful green day with Scott and DVG here. Clifton, thank you for your help as always. Guys, at 10 o'clock, 9:45, 10 o'clock, we will still see some economic data, but the big data is out already on the job report, which was lower again than expected. So let's see what's going to be the continuation. Darren, thank you very much. AEO, yes, Sienna, very good. Sienna is going to release the earnings, or released earnings as far as I remember. CRDO, Tro as well. Thank you for your list, very much appreciated. So guys, VIP room traders, have a beautiful green day, and I'm going to see you tomorrow. Bye.
Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a beautiful Thursday. That's right, shortened week. We are already on Thursday, and boy, what a day it is today. We've got news affecting the markets. We've got good volatility, and should be a great trading day here this morning. We're going to be a little cautious at the open because we're going to open, believe it or not, fairly flat after having a really good surprise this morning, and futures were up higher, so on and so forth. So we'll watch this as we get the day started today, and as we start to move into this Thursday session here. Going to be super. Really enjoyed the trading yesterday. Just a couple, 3 trades yesterday. Two winners, 1 loser, but a good solid profitable day, and many of you posting your trades here. Thank you for doing that. We really appreciate that, and that's what makes the community grow and thrive, and that's what we're focused on now each and every day, to be profitable traders, right? That's what carries the note, that's what floats the boat, and that's what pays the bills. Okay, let's talk about today. We'll say good morning, and then we'll get this day kicked off and ready to rock and roll. Start off with the Asian market, where we saw the Nikkei rise 641 points, but the Hong Kong Hang Seng down 285, and the Shanghai, both the losers, down 47.681. You look at Europe this morning, German DAX is up 170, FTSE in UK up 28, and the CAC 40 in Paris down 20. You combine that with Asia, you've got 3 markets up, 3 markets down, and that kind of metals us right in the middle here for the global futures. And that's kind of where we're at this morning, but not because of the futures. Dow futures up 2 points, or down 4 points now. NASDAQ futures up 16.5, and the S&P futures up 4.5. NASDAQ futures now up 17.5, 18.5 now, and growing. Well, we were up higher before. Oil's down $1.14 to $62.83 per barrel. And yes, if you're in the gold patch this morning, you're down $31.40, still over 3,600, 3604.10. Crypto, Bitcoin is down about 1,200, 1213.80, down to 110,810. And I think I talked about oil, being down $1.10. That's pretty big, almost 2%. So what's happening out there? Well, labor market growth slowing dramatically in August, with the United States just adding 54,000 jobs, is what the ADP report shows. And we're looking at 75,000, and that was big. That's what they were thinking, 75 grand. We came in at 54. So again, that's not good for the market. It's not good for the workspace right now. T. Rowe Price in the news, shares running higher after a deal where Goldman will invest $1 billion in the asset manager. Spirit Airlines cutting 12 flights, and that's not good. I think they're going to go under and get either bought up or the routes sold off or what have you, or other of the airlines come in and make it happen. Okay, that's about it this morning. The only other thing that I have is that's it. Yep. The jobs report took care of everything this morning. We were higher, came back down, and boom, here we are as we get the day started. Let's say good morning to all here in the room. Get ready to rock and roll today. Going to be a great trading day. Clifton, good morning to you. Andy, good morning. Brian, good morning. Dan, good morning to you. Zuki, good morning. Darren, thank you for posting. Appreciate that. Some of the same that I have. Andy, good morning. Steve, good morning. Jeff, good morning to you. Let's start off by talking about some stocks here. And I'll post my trades here in the room. These are the stocks that I'm looking at here this morning. So the first one is going to be CRM, and that's going to be short under 240. Got a short to kind of kick things off here. Now, on the CRM trade here, I just want to read to you real quickly what's leading that stock down. So on CRM, Salesforce dipped 7% this morning as they guided for the third quarter. Revenue came in between 10.24 and 10.29, lower than the 10.29 as expected. However, Salesforce posted a second quarter beat on both top and bottom line. Now, here's the thing. Typically what will happen is this stock will come down this morning, and then we're going to try to catch it to the upside. So under 240 short and then up through 240 on the long side here. We'll keep an eye on that as we start the day. Also, GTLB, I know that Darren has posted this one as well. GTLB short this morning. Yep, GT, oops. Let me get out of here and post it again. There we go. Okay, GTLB short this morning under the $44 mark, and target's going to be 43, possibly 42. And GTLB in the news this morning fell 8%. Guidance between 238 and 239 million, below the 242 million expected, and full year revenue between 936 and 942. Analysts had estimated 941, so that's not so bad. Also, the CFO will resign effective September 19th. So don't know about that, but that's not always good news. Also, this morning, post this trade here. Not much volume in the trade right now. ASAN this morning looks good for a long over the 1525. Okay, post that one. And then last but not least, this FIG trade, and we're going to look at this closer this morning before we kick things off. FIG short this morning under 56. I just feel like some of these stocks that have reported poorly are going to get damaged here. Let's take a look at this, and let's go to the daily on FIG. And you can see, let's go back to the 2-day here. You can see we're trading right now at about $56, $56.50, and if you go to the daily, we're well below that area there. And in fact, I guess this was just recently. This stock recently was launched. Yeah, this is their IPO, and then they just announced. So if you have shares short, I didn't check. Let me just see if I've got them, because I may just take this off my radar this morning. Let's see. Yeah, I've got some shortable shares. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on this one here. And again, that's going to be under the, oops, there we go, under 56 this morning. So this may, Allie, good morning to you. This may happen fairly quickly. And then last but not least, I'm going to stay away from AEO this morning. I'm going to watch Tesla instead. So I'll put Tesla up here and put AEO over here. And then that should do it for us. AEO. Oops. AEO. American Eagle looks good. All right. And then the Tesla trade, pretty simple. 338. I'm going to go long and strong this trade today. So we got lots of picks here this morning. Let's see if they pay off for us here. 338 this morning on TSLA. Okay. So I'm set to go. We've got everybody in the house today. DVG will join me here this morning. We've got about 2 minutes left, 2.5 minutes left. DVG, if you're out there, some comments on the market. You've got a real, I think, slight open this morning, which is going to be interesting to see how we go.
Yeah. Hey, can you hear me okay, Scott?
Yeah, just perfect.
Well, good morning, 44 Trade Nation. Hopefully everybody's ready to rock and roll this morning. I'm keeping an eye on stocks like CRM, Snowflake, AI, and AMD this morning. Also seeing if we get some follow through on Apple and Google from yesterday. We'll keep a close eye on that this morning. Of Apple now pushing above that 238.5 right here, right before the open. So keep an eye on that. I do think the Qs want to test 572.11, or let's just call it 572 level. And then, of course, the SPY right up around 646.19 could get interesting. That we are near all-time highs. So can we make the push to make yet another all-time high? That's the question mark. I'm watching Meta as well. They had some news overnight that just really pushed it, up. What is that? About $20 or $10. And I want to figure out what's going on there. But fundamentally, I will be kind of smaller size this morning, a little bit bullish off the open, seeing if we could test that 572. If we push above that 572, we should see some follow through on the Qs. That said, if we see a rejection around 572, you already know what it is. I will be looking to short the Qs, probably using options. I mean, we're maybe Friday or even in the next week. We did get some news this morning around jobs, and the initial jobless claims are actually higher than expected. So again, not great when you see more unemployment, and we should have non-farm payrolls tomorrow before the open. So maybe we see a little bit of that optimism to test 572 this morning, then see a rejection. Again, cue the disclaimer. It's just an opinion, not financial advice. But that said, that's what I will be watching this morning. Back to you, Scott.
Yeah, and that's all good here this morning as we start the day, because I think we're going to have to watch this open here in about 10 seconds and then react to it. So just keep the powder dry. Should be a good open here, and we'll wait and see. Some of these stocks we're going to take right at the open. So we are open for business right now. And I'm watching CRM. Again, CRM, I should have taken it short right at the open, but I waited here, and now I'm looking for a long on CRM. Okay, Tesla 335. I'm going to be long Tesla here. So right off the bat, TSLA 335. Watch it here. About 30 cents to go. Tesla here. 335 entry, 336 add, and we'll see if we break 334. I'll take it. That'll be an easier trade for me to take it through 334 because that's yesterday's close. Watch the 335. Oh, definitely love this stock.
I'm gonna get ready to short it here. 238. We just got filled.
I was going to take it at 240.
Big push on Meta.
There's the trade on Tesla. I'm long Tesla. 333 will be my stop loss.
Hey, Darren, good call on APP over 500. It's up at 505 now. Very nice move. Watching Snowflake to the downside as well here at 222. MSTR getting a little bit of a push here.
I'm going to take this ASAN out of here.
I'm going to short Apple 237.50.
CRDO.
No, we'll just do a market order here. Maybe not. I'll wait for 237.50. 237.50. We just got an Apple short.
Okay, 138 on CRDO. Post this alert here. Long CRDO. 138. Tesla looking good. Again, we're going to add at the 336 break right here on full share size Tesla right now. Full share size Tesla CRDO coming in. Long CRDO, long Tesla right now. Target CRDO is going to be over 140. $2 stop loss.
Watching the Qs again. Want to see a push up to 572. See what it does, and then if it rejects, great. Snowflake. I might have missed it. CRM. I'm going to hit it here.
Go, baby. Look at CRDO. 140. Let's go. 140. 70 cents to go. 140. Yeah, I'm getting a little nervous here. Okay, 139.50. Come on. 139.14. Partial right here. 139.14 out. 3/4 of the trade CRDO. Okay. Now we'll hold on to the last few hundred shares here up the ladder to that 140 mark CRDO. Still in the Tesla trade right here.
Adding more to CRM here. I want to see a break under 236. We should get it.
2 points higher. Tesla right now. Target 338 target. 338 target on Tesla. Second trade of the day. Actually, first trade of the day. Second trade of the day was CRDO. And anything under 137, I will bounce out of this trade here. And I'm out. CRDO. I got a little nervous at the top there, watching it, the way it performed with the lower volume. So here, now we'll take the, come on, Tesla, let's go.
Very important neckline coming up here on the Qs, 572. All right, CRM, let's see if we get the big breakdown. I'm sure some people were just covering some shorts there just now, but we are now below pre-market lows. So if we get, I don't want to see an undercut. I want to see a legitimate breakdown here on CRM. Okay, we just saw the Qs tag 572. 11 on the dot, and there it is. There's the push. Let's see if we hold this level. If we do, we're going to get bullisher on names like Tesla.
I'm already long Tesla here, and I'm just waiting for more of a payoff here. Again, target 338 Tesla. And here comes that CRDO again. I'm going to go long CRDO, second time 137 here. I'll post it, CRDO long. The reason I don't love it is because it's moved, what, 13 points today? Okay, not a good fill here on the CRDO trade. 338 target Tesla.
I'm going to look at put options right now. 572 strike, Friday expiration. Guys, Snowflake looking great. If we reject that level again on the Qs, I will be short. I'm going to add the Apple short here.
238 CRM long. Small share size to start here. CRM long, 238.
I'm going to go full size Apple short. I might regret it, but that's okay. Okay, here we go. We'll start building a position here.
Watch the CRM entry. No trade CRDO.
Okay, we're
Come on, Tesla. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me.
Here comes Apple. I'll add under 237. I might actually double my size actually on Apple. Actually, I'll wait. I'm going to add to my put options here on the Qs.
Okay, traders, I'm going to hold on to Tesla here, and I'm coming up onto the CRDO trade 238 on CRM. And just give me a minute, traders. I will be back. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back here.
All right, Joe. I'm going to load the boat here on the Qs if we break the 200 EMA, which is just right around 570.90. So I'll wait. If we bounce there, we maybe get bullish here, but I don't like the fact that we had more jobless claims and we're coming into jobs data tomorrow for non-farm payrolls. So maybe we see a little bit of protection kicking in here. Still in the CRM trade, looking for a big break under 235. 233 is my real target. AMD breaking down, and I'm kind of kicking myself for not shorting that this morning. I've been short that, or bearish AMD all week, and we're finally getting the break right now. So here's a level on the Qs. If you guys are paying attention, I mentioned 570.90. I don't want to see it bounce here. I need to see it crack into the close. So let's see if we get a gap fill and then gap and go to the downside. Waiting on CRM here. We should get the break. Up pretty nicely now on these Q put options. I'm going to wait. I want to see if we get below the close and actually print a red day today. Let's see what other data we have coming out today. 10:30 crude oil. We have ISM. Let's see. 9:45. Global composite PMI and global services PMI. And then we have ISM services PMI data at 10. So next 15 minutes or so, we should have some additional data points. Waiting for a break under 237 that really add to Apple, double my size. Right now, I'm just. Okay, guys, CRM. This one could pay me big time. I hit it. I think Scott and I are in different directions on CRM. I think here we go. Here comes the break. I want to see it really, really break down. Now, 233 target. We're in the 235 print now. Let's see if we get some rapid selling here. And then if we break underneath this candle to the left on the Qs, which is right down at 570.77, I'm going to load up my put options on the Qs. If we bounce here, who knows? I don't know if we're going to aim lower, but I want to see a big pullback today. CRM looking great. No partial yet. Up like a little over 2.5 points. Let's see if we get a little more. There we go. There's a 234 print. Here we come. Now let's see if we get a 233 print. Maybe we get even more. Let's see. Tesla pulling back. I'm going to add to the Q put options here in a moment, guys. Just want to see what we do here under 570.77. We just undercut it by like a cent or two. So I'm not going to freak out just yet. But if we see an actual breakdown here, I'm going to load it. And 572 strike. I like this candle. Bang. Let's go. Just added on the put options here. Let's see if we get a big follow through now on the Qs. Want to see a crack underneath the close, which is, what is that number here? Previously closed value. There we go. 570.07. So just under 570. And if we do, we should see some follow through to the downside down at, that's 569.04. Remember yesterday we did get down to, what is that, 567, I think? 566 even. All right. Let's see if I'm in position now for the rest of the day. CRM, I may take an early partial here, guys, in the 235 print. We'll see. As long as the Qs are aiming lower, I don't mind holding a little bit longer, but it is a level. So MSTR sitting at 329. Can't believe it. That was like a big level, but now that it's broken it, I think MSTR could potentially go to the toilet. Okay, watch the Qs here. Watch the Qs here. We break the close, we should accelerate. If we start bouncing here, worth noting this is kind of like our pre-market, not quite the lows, but definitely pre-market. Like where we closed yesterday, we saw a little pop into the close above, kind of right where this level is. So we'll probably see some bulls step in, but AMD, that's too bad. Snowflake too. We got the break on Snowflake under that 220. I don't like this move on Apple. I need to see it actually break down now. Ooh, I like that rejection on the Qs. Looks good. What's Apple doing? Trying to fight. Trying to be patient here. Yeah, Mark, I think so too. And the Qs and the IWM are Qs are weak, and then you had the IWM up in the corner. I mean, I just think so. IWM is going to be a little stronger, I think. I mean, it has been for like the last couple of weeks than the Qs and the SPY because they're directly impacted by those rate cuts. One more minute before we get some data here. CRM, baby. Let's go. Still in the Apple trade. I just don't know how much longer I'll hang on there. We're down to almost a point there. But we're up nicely on CRM. So if we get that break, we're still up on these Q put options. Here we go. Decision time. I'm seeing buyers step up on the bid right now in the Qs, but I'm seeing more sellers get stacked. So I'm still bearish today. No surprise, right? I mean, I typically MSTR, man, I should have shorted that at 329. I think there's still some room to the downside there. It's worth noting that was a $113 stock within the last year. So I'm tempted. 329 being a big level. On the Qs, let me see. Yeah, it's right around it on the 1 minute is 570.94-ish right now. That's what it is. Let's see on the Qs. Yeah, it's basically right at the close. 570.07. I see it on the 5 minute right now. MSTR. Oh, geez. Apple. That's going to probably do it for me on Apple here. Unbelievable. Maybe I'll stay away from Apple. You guys remember, every time I short Apple, it moves higher. So maybe we'll stay away from this one. All right, I'm out. I'm out of Apple. Losing trade. Jeez. You know, it hit the anchored VWAP from the big push from that Google news. So I marked the anchored VWAP, and if you did the same, you'll see literally we tagged that, what, 1, 2, 3 times? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 times this morning. Right on the anchor VWAP, like almost to the cent, and then it just took off. It's okay though. We still have CRM to the downside. I might actually short AMD here. Let's do it. Okay, we just got in. Wow, that was nice. 158.50 we got in. Ooh, look at the Qs now. There we go. I'm actually gonna add to my put options here on the Qs. STR is really falling apart now. I don't know if I have it in me to short it right now, but that's a nice looking breakdown. Guys, I'm going to probably pick up some SPY put options here, 645. Let's pull those up. Okay, I like that. 645. Where are you? 250. Don't love that price, but okay. Yeah, let's grab. Let's start with like 10. 645 strike for Friday. I'm gonna take some off of CRM here just to trim. It's a partial technically, but I'm gonna leave some size. I really want to see a breakdown to like. Well, you got the 234 print. I just wasn't fast enough at one point, right? The low of session was 234.62. I got my 235 partial. That's fine. And then I'm interested in Meta potentially. Big old, volume spike right at the open and then collapse. So what I don't like though is Apple's kind of propping up the market again. If you guys remember, if Apple and Microsoft are holding up, they can easily single-handedly hold up the market. And of course, NVIDIA. Let me pull up NVIDIA. What's NVIDIA doing? Yeah. My AMD position was a nibble. So if it bounces, I'll just get out of the way. Growing concerns right now about if this job data comes in, I think our dot plot's going to change. And it's an interesting dynamic with rate cuts. Like if we get, like everybody's like, oh man, what if we get 0.5 point or 1%? Well, just that kind of signals that our economy's in trouble. But like everybody looks at it as potentially a good thing. So it's hard to say right now. But I do think that there could be some issues with a bigger rate cut. And then the opposite is also true, that if we get 0 rate cuts because job data is not good, there's more unemployment, and the fear of inflation slows down Jerome Powell or the Fed in general, that could be interesting. But it sounds like everybody in the Fed they're all for a rate cut. So I'm glad I got out of the way of Apple, but man, look at this. It's like one of the only stocks moving higher in the Mag 7. You got Tesla aiming lower. Meta, well, I shouldn't say it's lower because it's up on the day, but AMD, jeez, so gross. So gross. Big old bearish engulfing candle. And then just buy the dip. I'm going to wait. I don't want to add to a losing trade here on AMD, but that's kind of frustrating. In fact, I may just nail it like 2x size right now, just to like. No one cares about my size of position. The grand scheme. Look at MSTR though. Jeez, that's the one I should have been shorting, guys. Come on. Instead, I try to short the strongest name in Mag 7 right now. Good news is we still have these put options on the queue, so it's like insurance that if markets do fall off to the downside, awesome. You know, we have our insurance policy. Look at Snowflake though. That was another one I wanted to short early this morning. Ooh, there's the break on Snowflake. Rick. Yeah, because I got stopped out, right? That's was that Jeff, right? That's Jeff's move. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just saw Jeff's note. Yep. No doubt. No, I mean, now that it's pushing up there, you know, it's chasing that 240 print. I think the only thing holding it back right now is like Qs and the SPY right now are trying to way lower. By the way, I'm going to pick up some more of these SPY put options here in a minute. But yeah, who knows? I might be open to shorting it again on Apple. The CRM trade really helped today. And then of course these put options, as long as they stay green, that's great. But you know, if they start turning red, like the SPY put options right now are pretty early, so I'm down like whatever, $50, $40. It's not a big deal. But the Q put options were up. Let's see. Well, it fluctuates, but about, you know, close to 20%. MSTR, man, MSTR. I'll tell you what, if it gets back up to 329, I'm gonna put an alert there. Gets back to 329, I might get interested. All right, I'm gonna get rid of Snow because I missed that trade. Well, I feel like we're moving sideways right now. Kind of slow, huh? Let's see if we get that breakdown finally. Let's see, what else are you guys watching here? CRDO, APP. What else are you guys looking at right now? Wow, MSTR, guys. Oh. Anybody short that thing? Anybody? There's a break on NVIDIA. Meanwhile, AMD's kind of holding on, and I'm short AMD. This is not fun. Got a little bounce on Salesforce here, CRM. I think that was just shorts covering, which is fine. Okay, watch the cues here, guys. We are hovering just above the close. 570.07. Got down to 570.26 here at the low of this candle. So bulls are, if anything, they're going to try to do what they do with coin. If you look at coin yesterday, if you guys remember, I was trading that and it was consolidating. I'm like, man, it's actually starting to feel a little more bullish. Well, bam, we got a big spike because people were protecting the close. And we're seeing that right now happening on the Qs. So, you know, seeing a big bullish and gold fight right now, like, I don't know, maybe the bulls are actually trying to step in and defend. But if we do crack the close on the Qs, there could be way more selling ahead of us. And I'm tempted, like, man, MSTR, geez, I hate to short it here at the bottom, but man, that thing can really move like 10, 15 points. And I'd hate to risk 4 points because 329 is where I wanted to get in MSTR. I think that's like the 50-50 zone, we'll call it. Oh, come on, AMD. What are you doing? We're down a point right now on AMD. Luckily, it's a smaller size, but still, I don't like losing trades. Okay, let's see what we got. Frankie, I'm seeing. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what happened to Scott. Let me check up on him. If not, let me see if I can get my screens to share. Let's see. Last time I tried this, it wasn't working. So hopefully it can work this time. No, I'm seeing a blank screen right now. You guys see a blank screen as well? Yeah, Clifton, you mind? You put the charts up. And we need to get my screen sharing fixed, Clifton. If you could send them a note. All right, guys. Well, we'll work through that, and I'll ping. Let me ping Scott real quick. All right, y'all. 1 minute. We're gonna get some PMI data. Let's see. ISM PMI. ISM services and ISM services PMI. 52 versus 50.9. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm gonna short Tesla on that news. Okay, we got in 334.30. 334.30 Tesla. It's a nibble. I don't like that data point. And then I'm going to add to my Q put options and SPY put options here in a moment. I want to wait for a break under the close. And if it doesn't happen, then I'm not going to play. I actually love that you just put up, let's see. Let's see. Interesting that coin is moving higher and MSTR is falling off a cliff. Yeah, let's put a Clifton, if you can, CRDO on one of them. We'll do AMD on another one, Tesla on another one. Yes, CRDO. Wait, who was talking about Apple? Actually, I'm gonna probably dump AMD on this one. Like I'm really just I get whipsawed on AMD all week. All week. I go long, and then it goes down, goes short. I mean, I've been bearish the whole time, but all right, guys, I'm getting ready to load up.
DVG, can you hear me?
I can hear you, bud. Yeah, I can hear you. Guys, getting ready to
Test,
load my put
test.
options. I can hear you, Scott. Can you hear me? All right, SPY Qs. Let's load them up, and I'm going to add to Tesla here. Let's see if we get the break now. Target on the Qs would be 567 was ideal. 569 will take some off.
Okay, DVG, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I had a power outage. I had to go. It was bad news. Okay, Clifton's got the charts up. I'll put mine up as well.
Yeah, hey, I got to get my my screen share fixed, Scott.
Yeah, I was wondering
So
why it's sharing, but you didn't.
yeah,
say.
every time I share, it's like a blank screen. I got to get that fixed.
Okay, here we go. Okay, obviously I came out of the Tesla trade before, but now I'm down to the CRM trade. Those of you that are in the CRM here, that's at the 238 level. So I just got in here just before I came back on 238. Okay, I gotta get this shut over. Okay, there we go, in business.
I'm giving it a second chance here on Apple. 238.75 short. I'm looking at the Qs aim lower. My put options are working marvelously. My SPY put options as well. Scott, I really think we're gonna see a pullback today.
Yeah, I mean, we're only up about 4 points on the NASDAQ, 12 points on the Dow. Good recovery from the Dow being down earlier. But again, I'm going to be looking at this CRDO one more time here. Those of you that took it at 137, congratulations. And I am long CRM right now. So I'm going to take a 137 CRDO one more time. I've already posted it. I won't post it again. Just understand I'm going to be coming into CRDO here.
Tesla, beautiful, beautiful break. Beautiful break. As we did the ad on Tesla, I don't know if any of you guys joined that one, but man, we timed it. It was nice. We got the data point. Didn't like it. And now we're rolling. No partial. No partial. I want to see how low we could go on Tesla. 330 would probably be right where I take a partial. So get another 2 points. And Apple. No, I can't do it. Can't do it, Scott. Can't do it, man.
You know better. It's just going to be a losing. It's just going to be a losing trade, so don't take it.
No. So I took a short again
okay.
on Apple. So I did a short this morning. We bounced off the anchored VWAP, and I got tagged. It is what it is. But I got back in now at a higher entry for a short. But I was thinking of doing a 2x full share size on Apple, which I won't do. But I was tempted to do so. So I'll just take take what I can, hang on for the ride. I do want to see a bit more of a breakdown. Tesla right now, arguably I should take a partial, but I like this price action, and we're hanging right at the session lows. So I want to see if we get a little more into that 331, 330 print and see what happens down in the 320s.
Yeah, watch CRDO as well here. You know, the only other trade that I missed this morning was this ASAN. Talked about it in the pre-market over 15. I did not take this trade. So I am waiting. I am in CRM and waiting on the CRDO trade. If we don't get a CRDO trade soon, I'll probably just kiss that one off here.
Hey, you know what? I said coin was moving higher while MSTR was falling off a cliff. Look at MSTR down 322 now. So one-way trip, guys, at 329, was looking at it, hesitated, bummer. But now look at coin. Coin is down at 300 print now. You break that 300, 290 becomes a reality pretty quick.
Yeah.
Tesla, baby. There it is. We just got an initial 331 print. Let's see if we get a break. And then we'll take a partial here. Come on. A little more. A little more, Tesla. You can do it. All right, we'll take a partial here. We'll leave some size, but put money in the bank. For those of you guys who want to see a pretty nasty chart, look at Meta. We saw a move from 747 all the way up to 761, and we're back down to 748. So nearly a 30-point round trip. Pretty wild. Tesla. You know, I should probably tally up how many times Tesla has saved my tail on like big days, and then how many times it's ruined my day.
You know, I have my win record. Who knows what it is, but my win record on that stock is huge. I just know because I very seldom lose on the trade. It's just one of those trades that you get, like I tell everybody, you get the move correct. You know, I mean, in your favor, whether it's going short or going long, and you have one heck of a day.
Yeah.
You know, even at a couple hundred shares, you know, you get 3-4 points. That's a pretty good day, right?
Yeah. No, exactly.
$800,000 on the trade, and then, you know, if you inch that up to 500 or 1,000 shares, then it gets crazy, right?
Yeah, no doubt. The one that I'm kicking myself for right now is MSTR. I was watching it at 329, and I'm like, this is a big level for it. And now it's sitting at 321. And you guys know how much I don't mind it. I don't mind shorting stocks, but MSTR is one of those ones where exactly what you talked about. It's very similar to Tesla in that nature, in that sense. And it can move 10 points like it is today. And if you get it right, man, you have an awesome day. If you get it wrong, you know, you could put a $3 stop, and then if the spread widens to like $1.80, which it can do, you may not get filled.
Yeah.
I've had that happen before.
Yeah, you have to, you know, on Tesla, it's always a market order because it just moves so quick.
Exactly. Well, and there's plenty of liquidity for sure. Yeah. A lot of my exits become market orders, primarily because, you know, partials, etc. And, you know, unless I have like runners, then I'll put in like, let's say, key target levels, and if they hit, they hit. If they don't, they don't. What are you in right now, Scott?
I am in the CRM trade, and I am in the CRDO trade here. So just coming into CRDO just a tad bit early. But again, we are not even an hour into the day. So small green right now. We'll see what happens here. CRDO. Target CRDO is going to be over that VWAP line. You see that's at that 138, and I'll add at the 138. Come on.
worth noting. You guys saw what happened yesterday. We saw a nice sell-off throughout the day, and then in the last 30 minutes, 40 minutes of the session, we end up flat, basically. So maybe we see more of that today. I don't know. I just, man, it's hard for me to understand how these markets are moving. I mean, I get some of the, macro stuff. But in my mind, it's like, okay, unemployment is inching higher. But there's that fight. Like, do we sign up for more inflation by lowering rates? Or do we keep rates flat and then we see equity markets plummet? And then if that happens, it's a guarantee Jerome Powell gets kicked out somehow.
Yeah.
We've got this guy too slow. Everybody calls him too slow. I would never call him that, but everybody calls him that.
He's like he refuses to be Trump's puppet. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Okay, watch CRM here. If we really get this thing to close the gap, it could be a huge day. But volume's still good, and we'll see. Watch the VWAP here at 238. We're going to be adding over the VWAP here on CRM.
Well, again, I hate to be the broken clock. That's right, twice a day. I just I'll use MSTR as an example today, especially. Right now, there's a lot of conditioning happening for everyone to buy the dip, 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 buy the dip. And that's like literally, as I just said that, how many of you guys are slowly kind of getting somewhat hypnotized by the idea of, what do I do? Buy the dip, right? But the markets are now conditioning, especially the retail traders, to buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. Look what's happening with MSTR. No matter where you get in, you're going to get run over. Like that has made a decision to sell off today, right? And if you got in at 329 thinking it's going to bounce, or 321 or 325 or 322, no matter what you do, that decision it's greater than how you and however many friends want to get involved, right? And like, it's one of those things where I'm more concerned on a day like, today or sooner. The down leg could be significant, right? Because we are up, 40%, 30% in the last several months. So seeing a 15% drawdown in markets, which is only a 50% retrace, is possible. Well, where does that put equities? I mean, it's a huge cut. I mean, we don't want to see that, obviously, because that's pretty drastic. And if you're on the wrong side of the trade, that could hurt. But what I'm worried about more so is like this conditioning of buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, till there's a point where the dip is not bought. People can get in a lot of trouble that way. I mean, you could argue the same is true if you're trying to short a stock, like I like to do right now, like Apple looking great. But that's where I caution, especially names like MSTR, and a lot of folks, get really optimistic with, AMD. Do you want to own it at 159? Maybe, but you got to have a little bit more of a time horizon. Cue the disclaimer, it's not financial advice. But it's kind of my concern right now with the way markets have been behaving is you see these big oscillations that, again, worth noting, obviously markets are different than they have been for 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
There's more volatility, there's way more liquidity. And so therefore, that's kind of my, I'd say my optimism is that, markets are always going to have, like, as long as people are working, 401ks are going to continue to grow, endowments are going to grow. So all that money goes into, equities. But I don't know. We feel a little lofty, a little frothy right now. MSTR is at 320, guys. Sad face. Sad face. with CRM. Took out the rest of my runners on CRM. That position is officially closed.
Okay, we're full share size now on CRM and the move up to 240, which would be a big bang up job here on CRM. See if we can get this to really roll.
I wonder, let me just ask the crew here, for those y'all chatting, is it like, what I enjoy about our dynamic, Scott, is, again, we're not afraid to be bullish or bearish in either scenario, but I do like that, typically I'm more of the bear, you're more of the bull, the two of us. And sometimes you can get the two different perspectives. And the good news is, like, again, both of us, we trade, we typically, profitable trading, et cetera. But I'm curious for our community, does that make it more difficult to have conflicting perspectives in certain scenarios? Especially like CRM, I was short and then just got tagged out, which is fine. Now you're on the rising tide, and I was when the low tide was coming in. So I made money on CRM. I'm not worried about it. But now you're making money on it to the upside. So is that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you my 2 cents before everybody chimes in. I mean, Mayor and I went through this. It was, it was like, hey, can we be opposing on a trade? And how does that, this is inside discussion, traders. So this would be DVG and I talking on the side, which we haven't. So he brings this up, but, should we be in, in lockstep and barrel with each other when we place trades? Does that give a conflicting signal to the traders that are here in the room? And my answer would be yes and no. You can't just say, hey, I'm short CRM. You have to say, like DVG, I'm short CRM because it's going to break the low, because there's more volume to the downside, because it's down for the day, because. And same thing with me. If I'm going long and DVG is short, I got to explain to you why I'm going long. And then DVG, I would hope, would say, okay, I understand. I don't agree, but I understand. But, I'm not trading his capital. He's not trading mine. So again, the cool thing about the room is that, we preach profitability. How you get to the finish line is up to you, right?
Love that.
And I think, realistically, it really doesn't matter. Like Jeff says, it's not confusing. You just keep your trade, your stop loss, explain it, and this is why I'm going long. Now, to me, CRM would be a short all day long, but when I read it to you this morning, remember I read that in the news, they missed, but their guidance still stays strong, and they, they missed on one number. I think they missed on one number and beat on the other, something like that. So to me, it was actually a buy, but it's been beaten down. But CRM is the type of stock that people will look at to get into, just as an example. But I think to answer DVG's question,
bottom actually on CRM.
Did they?
Yeah.
So that's why I said, okay, it's going to be beaten up, but it's a good time to buy because they've got good, good reporting. So people take profits, things like that. But I would agree. I mean, you guys know, I'm more of a bull. DVG is more of a bear, but at the same time, I can short with the best of them. I don't think that that's a problem for me.
Yeah.
It's just that I see things more on the long side. So be it.
No, definitely. I mean, there's, in fact, I appreciate the feedback, y'all. Jeff, hey, not confused, especially keep your stop loss. Rick, hey, you're still going to make your own decisions. 100%, Rick. Yeah, absolutely. Everyone has different style of trading and follow different indicators. 100%, Mark. Well, no, that's good. Yeah, to your point, Scott, like, it wasn't necessarily to put everybody in the spotlight there, but part of it is, I use the example of we all have to make that decision to invest our capital. And what I think is fascinating or maybe unique about being part of this community is, like, you could be on either side of the spectrum of, like, bull or bear. And you've seen both Scott and I profitable traders in both regards. So to your point about how you get to the finish line, it doesn't really matter. Like as long as you get there. And I just, I think it's fascinating to get those opposing forces, because in a lot of cases people are like, oh yeah, bull, bull, bull. Yeah, it's time to buy, buy, buy. And then when markets pull back, 1%, people are like, well, we didn't see that coming. And so I just think it's kind of interesting, or maybe unique in that sense of our community, is that you do get those two perspectives, right? And there's days I'm like, hey, I'm full bull. I mean, we saw Google, right, yesterday, and even Apple yesterday. So I'm not opposed to going long markets, of course not. I just think it gives people an opportunity to kind of learn both perspectives at the end of the day.
Yeah, and you know what? Over the long run, people don't invest in the market to go down, right? I mean, that's why you have more bulls than bears, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure.
CRM is going to do it for us traders. This is great. And don't forget about the CRDO trade here. Starting to get a bounce. That target's going to be 138, and if we get to 138, we're adding.
Look at that move on CRM. Very nice.
The other thing is we talked about this before, traders, and again, this is, although we're maybe in a more of a leadership role, everybody here takes part in this room. You pay a marginal fee, which, trust me, does not pay anybody anything. DVG will vouch for you guys. Mm-hmm. So hold on, I'll be right back, traders. Hold on.
Yeah, it's good to be able to. So Michael's saying, same here, Tesla, both long and short, being able to don't discriminate in stock trading. I go long, then switch to short in the same 5-minute candle mark. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, being able to pivot like that is it's kind of the benefit of trading. What's crazy though is like the importance of levels. So like I was looking at the Qs, 569.04. So luckily we took some of these put options off right on the way down. But like these levels matter. And we're up at all-time highs. So it's hard to be bearish when markets want to just continue to push higher. And somehow I'm still able to make, turn a profit on being bearish. But a lot of people are, I should say more so, in a bullish position. And the question is like, when do they sell or when do they don't? So anyway, all that to say, back to Scott's point, we can make money in this market in both directions. That's the point, buyers and sellers, right? Bulls and bears. Is you need sellers to sell to buyers, and you need buyers to buy from sellers. And I think that's what makes this business exciting, personally. Can be frustrating sometimes, though. MSTR, prime example, 329. I wanted to short the lights out on that thing, but I didn't. Let's see. Rick, yeah. I did. On AMD, yeah. I will, however, add to Apple. I think if we break underneath session lows, I'll add to that. Guys, MSTR. Wow. That's coulda, shoulda, woulda. We'll say. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. So yeah, Rick, I eyeballed like a point. It got a little bit over there. So like this was a lot earlier, but I think it got up to like 159.60-ish, 159.50 something. I'm like, yeah, that's good enough. Just take it. But it wasn't that big of a position, to be fair. Made our money on CRM and Tesla today, and I've got this Apple trade working in favor. We made some dough on the SPY and the put options. I still have some though on the SPY and put options, so we'll see if that works out. Yeah, I mean, I treat the options a lot like, just shares where, I mean, the troubling thing is, the Greeks are different than actual share price, but, like I'll take some off and then I'll leave some room for it to draw down, but I won't lose on the trade ideally. And it happens. I do lose some of those trades. So, but, the idea is to bake in a little bit of wiggle room, similar like when I take partials. But on the options, the challenging thing is it's like having a trail is usually how I end up doing it. So let's say, for example, if I wanted I don't know, 40-cent risk or something like that, 40 pips. Depending on where, I actually take a partial, I may give that trailing stop at 40 cents plus where I took my exit. So it gives it that much more wiggle room. It just depends on the size that I leave. But a lot of times as traders, and this is me just trying to learn how to like hold positions a little bit longer and swing trade these things. Because normally I would just, take 80-90% of the trade off and then leave that last 10%. And then, if it even gets close to going red, I'm out. That's how I'm typically trading, but I've been trying to add a new flavor, we'll say, or style. And the trouble is like, especially when you're short this market, it hasn't really prevailed. So it makes it challenging to hold it for, extended period of time when, again, we talked about the oscillations from top to bottom. You're seeing a 1.5% move in a day or 2% move in a day. You can get in trouble quick. Yeah, new session eye on the SPY. Good call out, Jeff. Thank you for that. Again, the big neckline for the Qs is 572. I have it marked as 572.11, but give or take, right? But 572 is a big neckline for I'm gonna say the top or near the highs. So just pull up your daily and you can see what I'm talking about. But does MSTR bounce here, guys? MSTR to like 324. You know your risk to the downside would be what? $2, $3. I'm not touching it. I am waiting for if let's see, 237. I'm gonna put it at 237.21. Apple. I'm gonna add 237.21. CRWV pop. Okay, let's take a look. CRWV pop. No. Watching it run right into 200 EMA. I don't like it. Now you get your pop, Mark, on CRWV. That's a nice looking candle forming right there. That's a breakout or breakdown right there. Coming. Cue disclaimer. Yeah, true. So here's another conflicting perspective, I would imagine. Not to pick on Apple yet again, but I am short again on that stock. So, but for these guys are paying attention, like what happened with the whole Google, Gemini, Siri, Google Play, App Store debacle, and like what that actually means. I mean, essentially, Apple is not having to write a check to NVIDIA for some of the AI stuff, but they're effectively bowing out of the AI race. Now, believe that for what it is, right? Because I got to imagine they want to do something, but the idea of the collaboration is Siri and Gemini. So now you're basically offloading like the important aspect of AI, and kind of you get to pick the best or pick the winner, right? Is it going to be Gemini? Is it going to be Microsoft? Is it going to be whoever, like Palantir? Who knows, right? But their stake in the ground is the fact that they've got however many iPhones in the planet, plus iPads, plus laptops, blah blah blah. So think of like distribution. The problem is they're essentially saying like, yeah, we don't really want to figure out all the LLM stuff, which is kind of a shock, to be honest. But in my mind, I'm like, you just signed up to say like, hey, we're not really going to do this whole AI thing. Guys, here's the bounce on MSTR. CRWV finally getting that pop. I mean, it was right there. That was that 50-50, right at that 200 EMA. And it looks like CRWV is on the move now. Congrats if you took that trade, Mark. Glad we took the partial on Tesla. I'm still in it with some runners, but I don't know. These markets are, again, resilient is an understatement. I'm like baffled by how incredible, like buy the dip, right? Like it's just every day, every single day. The question becomes like, well, where do you start buying the dips? Well, mark your levels, right? And again, for me, being bearish in some of the situations, like I knew 569.04 was the level I was watching on the Qs. We took a partial right there. Same thing with the SPY. I just happened to take it at the same time. It didn't necessarily run into a level that I peaked in interest. But it just feels like they're validating. It's like finding more and more footing. Like if you can validate the 569.04, which was an all-time high on the 28th of July, like you're now saying, hey, we want to stay up here, right? You're validating that baseline. And we broke it yesterday, and that's the troubling thing. So 566.48, big level. We didn't quite get there yesterday. We bounced somewhere in the middle of that. But all-time high on the 25th of July, 567.70. And so we kind of, I'd say, respected that level into the close yesterday. And now we're respecting 569.04, which was the all-time high 3 days after that. So if you guys think that, big institutions aren't watching this stuff, yeah, they definitely are. Because they're the ones that either push the market there, bought the market there, or hold the assets there. So it's in their best interest to keep those levels, right? And we start seeing those levels break with some authority. Well, then me being on the down bus, I get to reap the benefit. But for now, we just take our partials, get paid. I'm actually going to have to take off a little early today. I may come back later on in the afternoon, though, maybe around 3 or so. I'm just seeing a lot more, like towards the close, I'm actually seeing a lot more participation in a rotation. So I want to see what that looks like towards the close today. And so what I mean by that is like, look at names like, I was even looking at Hood today. I still have a level at 107 where I would want to probably short it. So if we run into that 107 level with some steam, then I obviously won't touch it. But I'm telling you guys, look at Meta. That is a disgusting chart. So what is that? 747 to 761. Back down to 745. Now we're back up to 754. I mean, that feels pretty wonky. So what is that? A total of about 3%? Yeah. So over 3% top to bottom move. All right, so you figure it's 2% top to bottom, and then it's bounced back 1%. So 3% move in a day on Meta on a $750 stock. 3% oscillation. There's some stuff going on here with someone getting sworn in on the Fed Reserve. Who was that? You got Elizabeth Warren speaking right now. So maybe I don't know. Pay attention to some of this, guys. I don't see. We got the 8 and 4 week bill auction 11:30. Crude and distillates at 12. Fed Williams at 12:05. The Fed balance sheet at 4:30, and then Goolsby speaks tonight at 7. Yeah, I'm gonna pay attention to this thing, guys. So let me go on mute for a bit here. Jeff, nice. I'll pull it up. Still have the Tesla trade on. Apple, still have the ad there, sitting there. See if we get it. It's 31. We're almost there. Come on. Come on. Oh, these two don't like each other. Elizabeth Warren's going off right now on somebody. Come on, Tesla. We got a partial, but I want to. Maybe we get in the 320s today. That'd be cool. Almost about to get the ad here on Apple, guys. We're like right there. See if I get filled. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Boom. Hit it. Yeah, Elizabeth Warren's going off right now. I don't know what's going on with her. No ad on Apple yet. Do I add to Tesla now? Took a partial, held on through this bounce, and now we're moving lower. I'm gonna add a tiny bit here. Here we go.
All right, so I found out what happened here. Their house across the street is they're bulldozing and building, so they had to shut the power off. So we had a power outage here. So I'm meeting with everybody, you know, but they don't care that you're involved in a trade. And thank God I've got battery backup, but not enough to keep everything running here.
Yeah.
So there's that. And I'm like, hey guys, you know, let me know. Oh no, we don't need to let you know because we're not affecting you.
We will tell nobody actually what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
0 people.
Well, they did a good job at that. That's for sure.
Oh, I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, I'm glad. Well, you know what? It doesn't matter about me. My positions mean more at this point in time than just me. So,
as long as the trade is on, that's
you leave for 15 minutes, and it's like I have no control. The stock I could have lost $5,000 because of somebody, messing around with the power.
Well, I managed to. So we were in Tesla, Scott, earlier. Took a partial, survived the bounce. Now I'm adding a little more to the downside. Apple, I have add at 31, 237.31. So we're short on that position again. Second chance. So I'm officially green on my Apple trade, if you could believe it.
No, there's no way.
From the short earlier and getting run over, but now we're nice and green on the trade. We just got the ad on Apple, and again, VVG full bear today.
And in summary, I have got the CRDO trade and the CRM trade, and I'm taking a partial right here on CRM. So I'm going to take 3/4 of the trade off on CRM, and that's just a buck here. Well, a little bit more than that, $1.20. But on CRDO, I'm going to let this thing rip, and I certainly believe you can see up here. Let me take this ASA out of here. So just as a review, this CRDO trade, we are right at the VWAP. Now there's one of two ways you're going to go. You're either going to reject like the candle before, which it's doing now, or we're going to get up and we're going to watch this volume start to spike, and this thing's going to shoot to 140. So I'm going to hold on. I still have full share size on the trade, and now it's just a matter of wait and see which way we're going to go. What I'll do is anything under the 137, I'll come out, okay? Because I've got good money made on it, and I'm happy with my day right now. I really am. I don't need anything more. But that being said, it would be nice to get more, right? More is better than less in most things.
SPY aiming higher. I'm going to dump the put options on the SPY. I still have some on the Qs just because I got a decent entry, but I'll hang on to those.
How's everybody doing today? Vicus, how are you? You positive, Mark? Green? That's good. Green is good. Jeff, how many trades do you have today?
AMD taking off now.
Yep. Nice market turnaround here. Now Dow's up 112, NASDAQ up 61. A lot better than when we started.
I'll tell you one thing. I've been calling MSTR like perfectly all day. Wanted to short at 329. Didn't take any of these trades though, by the way. Tanks down to, just under 320. 318.72, and I'm like, hey, maybe at 320 it would make sense, and bounce to like 325, 324. We just got to bounce to $324 on the dot, and I didn't take either one of those trades. Here comes Tesla and Apple. Yay! I say that on Apple, it just bounced 30 cents. Or is Apple aimed a little bit lower? Was that the low session today? Let's see. I don't think so. 16. Where's that? 3. Ouch. Well, the anchored VWAP prevails again on Apple.
rather than, I mean, I thought we would break it and head lower. Like, put an anchor VWAP on that news. Is that yesterday? Pre-market, or I should say right after the close. We hit that 4 times today now, 5 times, 6 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, call it 7. 7 times we've tested that anchored VWAP and bounced. And I might be forced to trim my position now on Apple because I thought we were going to break that level, and we literally just couldn't do it. So I'll wait.
Four trades so far, good.
All right, I'm going to put my Apple shares down at 234.72. That's right. You heard it right. 234.72, 3 points away. And I'm going to go make some iced tea. I'll be back.
totally out of the CRDO trade now. It failed that one. It gets through 138, Rick, and then it just runs down, right? I still wouldn't be afraid of it here. Yeah, I was in at 137. I would still be a buyer down here. I still think I would hold on to it. Yep. Well. Here's the long on CRM really paying off. I love it on FIG, Jeff, and I'm going to take this trade with you here. FIG short under 56. Let me make sure that we have the shares here. Yep, I've got shares short. Okay, I'm good there. Look at CRM go now. Nice. FIG short at 56. We'll see if we can get it. I think we'll at least get 50 cents out of it. Should get more on FIG. We'll see. At 27 cents to go here now on FIG, FIG.
Hey Scott, I'm gonna have to take off here. I'm gonna leave my Apple short on and these Q put options.
Yeah, I'm going to be out of here in about 3 minutes as well. So
Yeah, I've got trade on Tesla still. I don't know, may trim it up before I head out on Tesla just because it's a bigger mover. I don't mind holding Apple as long as it doesn't get over like 240. So that'll be my stop is right above, let's call it 239.99. So I will cover if I go that red on that trade. But I think that's gonna do it. I just got to run. I got some errands to run around and do, and then I get to go see the dentist tomorrow. How fun!
good for you.
But yeah, so I'm gonna let you guys go. Scott, appreciate you being here. Scott, team, appreciate y'all here, and we'll see you tomorrow at the Open. Cheers. God bless.
Take care. All right, DBG. It would have been a nice buy off that bottom, Rick, off the 135. I'm short FIG, FIG, FIG.
Thank you for calling.
Okay, so Fig needs to drop down here. I'll probably cover it 50 cents, 40 cents just because of the time of the day. I'll hang in there with it. I want to see it dive. Higher day will be my stop loss. Okay, traders, I don't think I'm going to sit here and babysit. I'm just going to watch it offline. So again, the only thing I'm in right now is the Fig short. Cover point is going to be say 55.50, 55.60, just looking for about 60 cents. So thank you for joining today, Clifton. Thank you so much. Traders, I'll see you first thing in the morning on a Friday session tomorrow. Let's keep this day green. Dow's up 129, Nasdaq's up 32. We'll keep it rolling and appreciate it. God bless you all. Godspeed. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Clifton. Thank you, the rest of the team, DVG. And we'll talk to you then. God bless you all. Bye-bye.